Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Winds Lodge ceremony of 2022. I am Prefect McEnroe. It is definitely my pleasure to help host or to host this celebration for the Winds Lodge. We have a bunch of Winds members present. I see Provost Kingsley, Professor Ombra, Captain Richard Crow, and there is a host of apprentices, Apprentice Minerva. I think I saw Apprentice Cerberus. And we also have Vice Captain Blue Capuchin, Apprentice Rivendell, and Apprentice Prefect Malcor are present also, and everyone here has helped to put this together. We've got a hopefully a fun-filled schedule for the day. We are going to start off with a meditation, a yoga breathing practice, Kundalini oriented with one of our apprentices. She's going to guide us through this in a little bit. We're almost to the end of this term, and we in the Winds Lodge were running first there for the Lodge Cup, and we have gotten wildly swept away by the waters and their formidable tsunami of credits that they have accrued in the last month or so. For you who may be watching us on this live stream, it's a pleasure to have you here today. Please continue coming back to the school. There is so much you can learn here. And with that, I don't know who I would pass it to at this point in time, but Provost, do you have anything you would wish to say?
Well, thank you very much, Prefect. I appreciate that introduction, and good welcome to everyone. How's everyone doing today?
Doing very well. Glad to be with good company and look forward to the event today, and thank you all for being here.
Excellent. Thank you, Captain. Now, we also have in attendance a very special individual, I think. Very cool cat. Professor Ombra joining us on vGSW for the first time in a while, at least. Well met. Welcome to you.
Oh, thank you. I am glad to be here, and I hope my connection maintains here. It's a little dicey on an ancient computer, but I am very happy to be here.
Just will it to be the power of technomancy set free. It's good stuff, and I'd just like to say that what a fantastic event it is to have to celebrate our lodges here at GSW and to recognize what each brings to the table. It's a powerful magic indeed to understand one's self. And through the lens of the element that we call forth today, that being the winds, we can draw that lens onto ourselves and take a sort of screenshot of who it is that we are and also who it is we wish to be. I find often that in winds there is a great deal of creativity. Potentia exists en masse. Of course, that then falls to ambition sometimes getting the best of us, that our ideas are sometimes too grand, or that we don't, let's say, adequately prepare for all that lies before us. But even so, these are lessons that we can take well in hand. And with a conscious approach to our life, we can rectify these things in their knowing. By recognizing, by understanding that these are things that you're encountering, you are better prepared to overcome and supersede them. Now, I'd also like to say some interesting insights into the school. We have, of course, new scholarships available for apprentices who are interested in pursuing those. Our new youth scholarship for 2 individuals, 11 to 17, and then we have 2 adult scholarships as well available now, called the Ed Servio Scholarship for Academic Excellence, named after, of course, Dean Ed Servio for his exquisite and exemplary work over the past 2 years in really just doing some amazing things. I think something that really we don't share often, but what had happened was that we had lost access to the school's back end for a moment there, and there's a big fear that, all the classes could be gone. That would be a great loss, not only to us who are studying or learning, but just in general, the amount of esoteric knowledge there that would be gone. And so Dean Servio spent somewhere in the upwards of, I'd say, 30 days, work days, putting and cataloging and recording all the classes so that we now have a copy of these things so that we are safe from that kind of eventuality. So some truly heroic, some truly wizardly work on him, and just some exquisite stuff there. Now, also, we have new Lodge badges coming up soon on Magic Alley. Those will be up tonight. So if you haven't seen those yet, be sure to check them out on the forums. They're quite dapper. I've got one on right now, a wins one, as it were. So, you know, I could hear indeed. Well said. So, all these things aside, what are we looking forward to today? Some truly exciting experiences led by apprentices of a high caliber and esteem. I, for one, cannot wait to see what comes underway, and of course, as they say, a very blessed be.
Blessed be.
Well, fantastic with that. Thank you, Provost. It's almost 10:30, and I just realized that 10:30, it's going to take us a few minutes to get over to the Winds Lodge on the Second Life campus. Are there any other notices or announcements that either Captain Crow or Vice Captain Blue Capuchin, do you have anything that you want to share right now?
I'm just very impressed with all the activity coming from seeing them move forward and all they've done during this term, as well as the Waters Lodge. Like, that's very impressive, and I'm grateful that we've had the opportunity where we can all move forward together as a collective. And if anybody needs anything, I'm not hard to contact. So great to be here, great to see everyone, and I look forward to a good event today. So thank you.
I would like to just say that I love seeing the clubs activity that we have going recently, and I am looking forward to the next Noble Magus as well.
Yeah, there's a couple clubs that have recently, it seems, revived themselves, and as apprentices here, we're allowed one club per level. Is that, I'm correct in understanding that?
It's a good guideline to follow, yes.
It seems like it could become overwhelming very quickly, just trying to take on a bunch of extra clubs, because then there's participation and other things to do, and life can quickly overwhelm one.
Indeed. And one of my difficulties I've noticed is all the clubs sound so fascinating, it can be hard to choose which one to start with.
Right.
The changes to credits needed for level up from 1 to 2 have made that a much easier decision for all apprentices to make.
Right on.
That is all I have.
Prefect Malcor, do you have anything on your agenda that you would like to share? And then I was just... Okay. Well, how about with that, we take a, 5-10 minute break and make our way over to the Stone Circle at the Winds Lodge and get Apprentice Minerva set up so that she can guide us through this Breath of Fire breathing exercise. Is everyone on board for that?
Absolutely. Let's go for it.
Right. So we will see you over there then.
And I will hover beside the kites for those who need to be walked through how to get them this time. And the Moot Gift is a bit different delivery this time.
Yes, and as you leave, take a walk by Blue Capuchin, Vice Captain Blue Capuchin. There are kites for those of you who want Second Life to go grab a kite with the color of your
lodge.
lodge.
A bit of whimsy for the wizards.
It totally is.
I suppose I should put mine back on. Okay, you will need to right-click on your lodge kite, choose More, and then take a copy. And then go to your inventory and recent. Right-click the kite, choose Where. Do you see More? Huh. I'll just take it. I'll put another one down.
Okay, where we're going? Going over here to.
When...
Right, no, this is the quicker copy to the Wind's Lodge.
And that's part of why I'm here, so I can help you. I can place out more kites. Whatever we need.
There should be a way to sec Provost. No, that's McCardle.
Now, who was that? Prefect McEnroe. What did you say? My name?
I did say. I thought you might be over at. I was going to try to teleport directly to you.
I came to raise the flag. I thought that would be appropriate.
Who we got up there today?
Hey, that we're being recorded. You gotta,
Oh, yeah.
you gotta step up on your lodge here. Wind's Lodge, Wind's Lodge. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wind's Lodge, Wind's Lodge. Go, go, go.
Go Wind! Hey!
For life. Woo! See, we're bringing it. We can do it. I quite like your
Amen.
poster, though.
That's fantastic. So did you post this?
I did. I saw that you had one there, so I made it a bit bigger with a bit of a texture on there.
Yeah, that's something that that's not something that I'm able to do. Any
I mean, you
sketch-
can. Like, you have the capabilities of doing it, but if you'd like me to do it for you, I'm happy to.
Already did it. It's brilliant. Yeah, I wasn't sure how to get the texturing because really the only thing I could find in my toolbox was the picture frame, and it was kind of blah.
Yes, I agree. I was in the same, but I had to YouTube this because I'm hip with the kids and the YouTubes, and I have a TikTok now as well. So I
Good for you.
just went and bought this thing. This how do you see what it is? You right click it and then click edit. And even if you can't edit it, it'll tell you what it is. So it's poster by Rogue Star Design. So I bought a bunch of these different posters, and what you do is you click on it, and it says you can add under textures. There's a way to select face. You click the front of the poster there, and it says, okay, well, what do you want to put on this? There's a little texture box that you'd be able to click. And you can pick a picture from your computer or your inventory or your phone or wherever, and then you can just upload it onto Second Life. So I think it's 10 lindens or something. If you need more, you can requisition more. I just need a good reason.
Oh,
Posters
okay.
is a good one.
Fantastic. I will keep that in the knowledge banks for future.
Yee, as the kids say. Yee indeed.
Where do we want to be for the workshop? Up here on the hill?
Probably just right out here. I see Minerva and Rivendell I can see they're on the move right now.
Hello, I am here and excited to be with you all.
Well met, welcome.
Welcome.
Astra! Hey.
Afraid you're a red mist for me. I'm not sure if that's what you're meant to be or if I'm lagging. Oh no, you're a person. I beg your pardon.
It's okay. My avatar may be, sometimes if it reaches a certain complexity, it won't fully load, or it might just take a moment. So let me see if I can take a few things off that might make it render faster.
It's just my computer. Professor Amber and I were having a brief back and forth there about our terrible computers running on potatoes. So we're doing the best we can today.
Oh, that's very clever, though. Potatoes, or I also hear lemons can be a way of running these ancient computers.
Ants. You get ants if you use lemons. You never use lemons.
Little hamsters, little tiny exercise wheels.
Well, you just don't see many ants when you use potatoes to power things. It's just a fact of life.
True, which is surprising.
Is it?
I say something about ants or potatoes that the ants don't want potatoes.
I just can't imagine that there's much in a potato. I mean, really, there's not much in a potato that interests me. It's things I put on the potato that kind of, like salt. It's a good vehicle for salt. Or ketchup or things like this. These are good. Catsup, as it's supposed to be called, apparently.
Well, we have Apprentice Minerva here. Let's see if her microphone is working right now. Are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Fantastic.
Yes.
We can hear you, Apprentice Minerva. So should we take a seat for this, Apprentice Minerva? Maybe over in the stone area here, or do you have a preference as to where we are?
Oh, don't know.
Maybe take a seat somewhere here. And if you're quick enough, someone can sit on the curve that flies around the center of the fire right there. Oh, okay. Nope, they can't. My bad. And so Apprentice Minerva has graciously said that she would lead us through a Kundalini practice that is called the Breath of Fire, and she has some YouTube videos of it online that are really helpful in regard to participating in this. And I guess I will leave it to you, Apprentice Minerva, to just walk us through what it is that you want us to do for, I don't know, the next 20, 30 minutes in regards to this exercise.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Yes, very well. Thank you.
So my name is Minerva, and I'm a Kundalini yoga teacher. I'm very happy to be here. And today, well, I'm going to introduce you to Breath of Fire from the Kundalini yoga tradition. But before we go any further, I would like to tune us to the divine teachers, to the gurus from the Kundalini yoga tradition. So I'm going to do this by chanting the Adi mantra, Om Namo Gurudev Namo. I'm going to chant it 3 times, and I'm going to follow the mantra by the Mangalacharam mantra. That is Ad Guru Name, Jagad Guru Name, Sad Guru Name, Siri Gurudev Name. And so for that, whilst I chant the mantras, I would like you to just sit down and close your eyes and just relax. So sitting down with this straight spine, taking a few deep breaths. Rub your hands together. Bring the palms together, first pressing into the sternum. Roll your shoulders back a few times. And just listen to the chant, to the mantras. Inhale deeply. Exhale. Inhale deeply. Exhale. And continue doing so while I chant the mantras. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. Om Namo Gurudev Namo. Ad Guru Name, Jagad Guru Name, Sad Guru Name, Sri Guru Deve Name. Ad Guru Name, Jagad Guru Name, Sad Guru Name, Sri Guru Deve Name. Ad Guru Name, Jagad Guru Name, Sad Guru Name, Sri Guru Deve Name. Inhale deeply. Hold the breath. And exhale. Relax the hands. Open your eyes. So, first thing I want to talk about is what is breath of fire. What we're going to do is, I'm gonna tell you what is breath of fire, and then after I'm gonna tell you what benefits of practicing breath of fire, and then after at the end we're going to do a little practice or a few minutes of breath of fire. So what is breath of fire? So breath of fire is one of the foundational breaths from the Kundalini yoga tradition, and it's used in a lot of the exercises that we do, a lot of yoga set that we do. It's one of the key pranayams that we use in Kundalini yoga. So it's important to master it, because once you know how to do it, it really makes a difference in your practice. So what are the benefits of practicing breath of fire? So breath of fire is important because it releases toxins and deposits from the lungs, the mucous linings, the blood vessels, and other cells. And it also strengthens the navel chakra and increases physical endurance and prepares you to act effectively. It also adjusts the subtle psychoelectromagnetic field of the aura so that the blood becomes energized, and it also increases oxygen delivery to the brain, so it facilitates a focused, intelligent, and neutral state of mind. It also breath of fire boosts the immune system and may help prevent many diseases. It promotes synchronization of the biorhythms of the body systems. So how do we do a breath of fire? So well, it's a very interesting breath, and it can, some people might misunderstand what the purpose of the breath is and how to do the breath. There are many Kundalini yoga teachers that actually they tell you that the it's like the breath that a dog uses, and how how the dog breathes. It's very similar, but you have to be careful because some other teacher will tell you that the exhale is actually you need to focus on the exhale, but that is actually something wrong to say, because the key of the breath of fire is that it's rapid, it's continuous, and actually the inhale and the exhale must be of the same length. So that's very important. And it's also the inhale and the exhale had to be done with no pause between them. And it's always practiced through the nostrils with the mouth closed, unless stated otherwise. There are some in some of the classes, some of the yoga sets that we do. We do the breath of fire with the mouth open, but usually it's with the mouth closed. When we do it with the mouth open, it is more similar to how the dogs breathe. So, yeah. So breath of fire is it's power from the navel point and the solar plexus. To exhale, the air is powerfully expelled through the nose by pressing the solar plexus back towards the spine. This feels automatic if you contract the diaphragm rapidly. So to inhale, the upper abdominal muscles relax, and so the breath comes more from a relaxation than actual than through effort. The chest stays relaxed and slightly lifted throughout the breathing cycle, and when done correctly, there should be no rigidity of hands, feet, face, or abdomen. So it is a very relaxing breath once it's done properly. It is recommended to begin practicing breath of fire for 1 to 3 minutes. But some people find it easy to do breath of fire straight away for 10 minutes because they get the hang of it, and so they don't wanna forget how to do it. But other people will find it a bit difficult, and there are other people that feel a bit dizzy at the beginning when they do breath of fire because they're not used to it. And so if when we practice it, that happens to you, just stop and take a break, and then start over when you feel better. Also, if you have some water, that will also help. So I went faster than what I was about to explaining all about it. But so we can practice breath of fire for a few minutes then. So Um, but let's just tune to ourselves again a bit, and just closing the eyes and making sure that the spine is straight, and just rolling the shoulders a few times, maybe circling the head a few times in one direction and then in the other direction. Maybe it will also help if I can explain where the navel point is exactly in Kundalini Yoga. So if you just find your belly button, and if you put 4 fingers below your belly buttons, then that is where the navel point is in Kundalini Yoga. So that is the point where we're going to try to press back towards the spine, as well as the belly button area. But the breath comes from both, from the belly button area, from the solar plexus, but also from that navel point. That navel point is essential in Kundalini Yoga, because Kundalini Yoga is actually the yoga that uses the Kundalini, and the Kundalini is the coiled energy that resides in the navel point. So that's where we believe is the creativity. That's where that's where you get all the energy that you need to achieve your life purpose. So that's what we're tapping into with Kundalini Yoga, and that energy actually not only brings creativity, but it can also heal you when you need healing, and it can restore you. And so it's really important to know exactly where the navel point is, because we use it a lot in Kundalini Yoga. So now that I have explained that, maybe it's also maybe you can just leave your hand there in that navel point to make sure that you're doing the breath properly when we start. And so let's see, let's just time it. Find my timer here. Okay, so we're going to begin. So we're going to take a deep inhale, and then exhale, and then another inhale, then exhale, and inhale deeply. And now begin the breath of 5, which sounds like this. So you breathing in, pressing the navel point and the solar plexus in and slightly up, and then exhaling, relax everything. Make sure that the abdomen, everything is relaxed, but especially the abdomen. So you're not creating tension for yourself, but rather you're relaxing yourself during the breath. And it's 1 to 2 cycles in a second. So continue doing it. Remember that the inhale and the exhale, try to make them at the same length. If you need a nice focus, what we do in Kundalini Yoga is we focus the eyes. Although they are closed, they are pointing, they are looking towards the third eye point. And we'll keep it there because that helps us to not think about anything but focus on the present moment when we are practicing Kundalini Yoga. if at any point you break the cycle or break the rhythm, you can take an inhale again and then continue again. Inhale deeply, hold the breath, and exhale. After Breath of Fire, what we have found in Kundalini Yoga classes is that students actually are able to hold the breath for longer than if they didn't do Breath of Fire before. So well done. That was your first time with Breath of Fire. And are there any questions or anything that you want to ask?
No questions, but I have to say, very lovely. Thank you.
Okay.
That was wonderful. Where could we learn more about this version of yoga with Kundalini?
Well, my YouTube channel. So my YouTube channel is called Raki School. You can actually see under Apprentice Minerva is there, and just type Raki School YouTube in YouTube. And what else? Yes, you can find more of Kundalini Yoga in KRI. I can type that in the chat. So it's Kundalini Research Institute. Yeah, that's a good. So just type that. You'll find their website. It's very interesting because they do in this institute. They actually do research on the benefits of practicing Kundalini Yoga for different conditions. Different illnesses, and you can find like research done on Kundalini Yoga. They have found Kundalini Yoga in people with high levels of anxiety. DFL of Kundalini Yoga in people with autism. You can find many interesting articles and research paper there, and practices as well. Any other questions?
I've got a couple, Minerva. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you so much for that. That was fantastic. My nose burns now from breathing in and out on the inside of my nose. I mean, I'm kind of out of shape, and I'm sure that plays a part in it. And this is the first time I've ever done this practice. And let me turn my. That's but how does one keep their nose from burning while doing it?
So I couldn't hear you like the whole time. The sound was cutting a bit. Could you repeat your question? Sorry.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Hey, can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
So how does one keep their nose from burning while doing this? I've noticed my nose is just on fire.
Oh, that's interesting. Never actually heard anybody with that experience. I think probably drinking water before practicing the breath. That probably will help. Because what happens is the breath of fire cleanses the system, and so it probably is a effect of cleansing something that that need to be released, some toxin deposit. So breathing, I mean, drinking water probably will help before and after. Yeah, that probably will. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, this breath is that many people in Kundalini yoga, some people get affected by eating cheese, for example, because it creates lots of mucus, and this breath it helps you with that. It cleanses it. So actually, it doesn't matter. Some people didn't used to eat cheese because because of that, and then they started in Kundalini yoga and using this breath. Actually, you can actually eat as much cheese as you want because that breath really cleanses everything. So then you don't have to worry about it too much. So it's quite good breath to learn, I think.
Well, thank you for that.
I do have another.
Yep.
If, as I was doing it, I could not as fast as you.
Yeah, that's normal. That's absolutely normal.
Because I tried to speed up, and then I would be breathing from a different part of my body, so I'd slow back down. And
Yeah, that's my
something you just evolve as you do it.
Yes. Yeah, you should. Yeah, go to your own rhythm. At the beginning, yeah, you should as where everything starts slow, and the main focus should be breathing with the navel point and the solar plexus. That's the main focus, and that the inhale and the exhale are the same length. And so you just focus on that. And if you have to do it slowly at the beginning, that's absolutely fine. As long as you do those two things, then you are using that breath, and then bit by bit, as you practice, the more you practice, the you can speed it up, and then you can get 1 to 2 cycles of breath per second. And I've done Kundalini yoga for a few years, so obviously, yeah, I can do it that fast, but I did start very slow as well. So, and actually I started doing it wrongly because the teacher told me, yeah, just focus on the exhale. But actually, after I did when I was doing my Kundalini yoga teacher training, I found out that actually the inhale and the exhale has to be the same length, and then that's when I started practicing that way. Then I actually was having I was actually having the benefits of practicing it. I could just relate to that, and I could see the effects that they were having on me. So yeah, so at the beginning start slow, and then with practice you can speed it up.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, so this is another example of the synchronicity circles. This is actually a part that I'm working on, and this I felt is helping. So thank you very much.
If there are no more questions, then I can close the practice. Are there any other questions? Yep. Okay, so just close your eyes. Just roll the shoulders back a few times. Inhale deeply. Exhale. Make sure your spine is straight. Keep rolling your shoulders back and forward. Breathing deeply. Imagine you can breathe through the soles of the feet. Inhaling deeply, exhaling. Bring the palms together, rub them to create some heat. Bring the thumbs to the sternum. Inhale, exhale, and just listen to the Long Time Sunshine song that I'm gonna sing in Spanish to close this session. Que el eterno sol te ilumine y el amor te rodee. Que el eterno sol te ilumine y el amor te rodee. Y la luz pura interior guíe tu camino, y la luz pura interior guíe tu camino. Satnam, 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 Siri Vaheguru, Siri Vaheguru. Siri Vaheguru. Inhale, hold the breath. Imagine the sun shining over you and receiving the love for the community that is surrounding you, and the light within you may always guide you. Satnam. Thank you for having me, and I really enjoy teaching Kundalini Yoga to the group.
Thank you. Very nice.
Thank you for that, Apprentice Minerva.
You're welcome.
Thank you. That was really beautiful.
Thank you.
Well, with that, maybe we take another 10 to 15 minute break right here, and then wherever we can find Provost Kingsley and potentially Dean Starhawk after the break, we can come back and have some conversation about winds, magic, grade school, and the apprentice life.
Excellent. Well, very good. I look forward to seeing everyone after the break.
Great. Look forward to seeing one as well. That was very wonderful. Thank you for sharing.
Where is the next part at?
Wherever
discussions are fun.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Prefect McEnrothaic with, well, many wizards and apprentices from the Grey School here in a tower at a table with Provost Kingsley and Professor Ombra and Captain Crow and Vice Captain Blue Capuchin and Apprentice Astra, Prefect Malcor. I'm just going to read off the list that I see in here. Apprentice Merquaddle, who I have to thank for helping out in regards to setting up at the beginning of the celebration this morning. He helped me write some code this morning, and I am not a computer code writer, so it was very, very simple. All I had to do was write the title Wins Celebration, but just the fact that he pointed me in the right direction to writing that code was so much fun this morning. Apprentice Minerva, thank you again for leading us through that Breath of Fire exercise. And Minerva, you are joining us from England, aren't you, or is it Canada?
Yeah, it's England.
Joining us.
Southeast.
So thank you for that, for joining us over there.
Thank you for having me.
And that looks like everyone. Minerva, I'm getting some really loud feedback, I think, from your microphone or headset. You adjust your volume down a little. Thank you for that. So the topic or the themes that we tried to put this celebration for the Winds Lodge together through is the topics of power and communication. And as a wind myself, I find communication to be very difficult because I assume everyone knows what I'm thinking and what's going on in my head, and I forget to ask questions. I never really know what question to ask until I'm standing there with the problem in my hand and trying to anticipate what questions to ask or who to ask or how to communicate how I'm feeling or what I'm thinking is an ongoing thing. And power, for me personally, is very, very, very seductive. And trying to use the power that I'm given for good things to help people is, again, a struggle, a daily struggle for me, because there is always the darker side of things of using power to take advantage of people is always, I was not taught to do that, nor do I condone doing that. The temptation of it, though, is always present, like trying to think of how to get one over on someone, how to take advantage of someone. Will that better my life? Will it make it easier for me to succeed at what I'm trying to do? That's always a underlying antagonizing thought in, I don't know if it's just like everyone experiences that, but I would associate the topics of power and communication, trying to communicate well with people and trying to use power well with people. And I would hear anyone's thoughts and opinions. And I know Prefect Malcor, you said we're live. Were anyone online to have a question to address to Provost Kingsley or anyone here at the table? That would be, I'd love to hear questions or thoughts from others who are pursuing the wizardly life
No questions, and very good. I suppose we're done.
All right, let's go home. So,
No, 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 no. It's never
Okay.
that.
Well, I guess I have a question, which I think, you know, we've touched on before, but I think it always bears kind of exploring further. And I love to hear Provost Kingsley speak on it, which is there are many different paths toward living sort of a magical life. And we've talked about the difference between like a wizard and a sage, or a wizard and a sorcerer, or, and really, in many ways, it seems to come down to a wizard being glad to be of service and acting in service to a community. And I would really love for you to speak a little bit about how you see a wizard, what their unique role is as they function independently and as they function within a community, and how that differentiates them from other kind of magical paths. Like, why wizard, and what does it do? How is it unique?
Well, why a wizard? I think that it is important in any system or structure or society or clan or whatever you may be a part of, that there is one, at least one, who seeks to preserve and understand and pass that knowing onwards. I think it's a necessary sort of the growth of things. And so why wizardry? I think why, because you need wise people. There should be people out there who seek the path of wisdom and to pursue that not only as a hobby or a thing which you use passively. You briefly touched on the difference between a wizard and a sage. Well, a wizard is an active component. They are an active agent of their agency, and someone who empowers the agency of others. Now, others is a broad term, because others could be plants or trees or bees or people or whatever it may be. It's the community you serve. And as a wizard, one of the things that you do is that you do seek power. That is a piece of it, for sure. And why do you seek power? Well, wisdom without power is impotent. It has no weight. It can do nothing. It can be heard. It can't be seen. You can know it inside yourself and think, gosh, I could really fix things if only I had X, Y, and Z. A lot of people do find themselves in such a place where they have those kinds of thoughts, but it is then a wizard's responsibility to exercise agency, become an active player in that wisdom in the community that they're a part of. And so why then what you do is you seek the amount of power necessary to facilitate your ambitions. Well, that can go quite sour if you don't have a good grasp on what it is you want. And this is why, of course, wizardry pursues the trade school approach of wisdom, the sort of tried and true vestige of passing on knowledge to the next generation, or wisdom to the next generation, is this cycle of apprentice to journeyman to master. And in this sort of relationship, understanding of the journey can be imparted to those who are still making their way ready to go. As an apprentice, you're learning and gaining and understanding these things in a way that you can then say, well, I want to go and make my dreams happen. How do I do that? Well, the first step in that, one of the knowledges a wizard finds most valuable, most powerful, is the knowledge of self. And this is a tricky thing for some, because they lock self away as some unobtainable, ethereal thing that can't be recognized. I think that makes it very difficult to know yourself if you're putting the concept of you so far away from your own reach. There's no way you can ever understand it. So I think the first thing you have to do is recognize that you're you. And then you look at what makes you you, and what you think, and why you think those things, and you go on a journey. And it's as long as a journey as you make it, but give it all the attention you can, and find your way down that path and learn the reasons why you think the things you think and believe the things you believe. Not an easy path. Like, this is of course why wizardry takes time, refinement. Through this process you learn these things, but why by the end of it you should have a pretty solid grasp on who you are and what you want and how you want to do it. And then, of course, the task will be for you to find a community to serve. And this can be tricky too. You want to exercise your best judgment and your wisdom, and why I guarantee you that along the way you will make mistakes. And it's from these mistakes that you will craft some very important lessons. Lessons that change your life, and why over time you'll collect enough of these mistakes, these lessons, either from yourself or from the people around you or from the world at large, that you'll be able to transform this knowledge into wisdom of its own and pass them on to the next who seek to walk the same path as you. And each person walks the path a bit further than the ones before, such is the way of these things. But I think this sort of way of learning, this approach to the world which says, well, I can know me. Once I know me, what do I do with that? Well, with my knowing of self, I can then employ that in a way which I find to be right. Now, I can't tell you what's right or wrong. That's not my job. You need to find those morals and those boundaries and those ethics in your journey of self and understand what you deem to be just and right. And then you should work towards those things. I think a wizard does try to strive towards the path of energy as opposed to entropy, those in service to others. And so as you do, you find the things that work for you, and you structure the life that you want to live, and you do so with purpose, with intention. Now, for any of this to happen, to bring things into fruition, to draw them out of the astral realm, which is where this knowledge lies, when it's pulled into the world, why it needs a catalyst. I mean, well, you're the conduit, but it needs a catalyst, and so it needs some power. And there are many types of power in the world to acquire. There's power of position, and then there's power of authority, and there's, of course, the authority being the position. But I also mean to say that to be an authority on something is to know it so completely and so truly that when you speak, others listen. And in this, there is a great power, because this sort of authority reaches beyond the station. You can be the dishwasher who speaks to the king, and the king will listen. And that is a powerful thing. And of course, as Winds Lodge, there's a great deal of power and creativity and thought and these sorts of things, as there is in every wizard. Indeed, anyone who seeks to walk the wizard's path first finds, I think, in this order, excitement, disbelief, work, struggle, a little bit of burnout, and then they succeed or they don't. And you say, well, why is that? Well, that journey, that first little bit of that journey where you start to confront kind of the amount of work ahead of you. And you've all been there. Right? Every single apprentice here has passed at least Wizardry 100, so you've got the knowing here. That you take these lessons, you say, wow, the path is a bit further. So for those who can make it through, they turn out to something quite remarkable, quite impressive, and truly a sight to behold. So I'd say that. I'd say this is sort of what sets us apart from different paths. And there's definition. There's a defined shape as to what a wizard is. It's not ambiguously, a wizard is my idea of what a wizard is, but a wizard is someone who strives to be in service to their community and who can be observed of the three rules. So the three rules, that's kind of an interesting point, as they're not prescriptives in that these are things which you should do per se, rather that they are observations that should be made of you. If you are wizarding, then the three rules are observations that can be made about your character, sort of like the laws of gravity. These are observations on the nature of what it means to be wise, distilled down into these three core concepts. And as you progress through your wizardry, as you progress through your apprenticeship, into journeymanship, into mastery and beyond, there will come unique understandings from each perspective that you hold as you walk through the world. And you'll sort of create quite the little Rolodex of ideas when it comes to what the three rules mean and how you apply them and all this. But that's sort of the power of them, is that they're condensed wisdom, and so you can gain quite a bit out of them. But yes, this is what it means to be a wizard. The three rules and service to your community. With that, of course, there comes all the responsibilities and challenges and quests that a wizard takes on in their lives. But I think that this is truly what sets us apart as a trade versus, maybe just a philosophy or something else.
Provost, you said something that it really struck me. And I want to reiterate it because I think it was so beautiful. and it ties in with this discussion of power, which is that a wizard not only has power, right, and power in their wisdom, power in their ability to apply that wisdom, power in their ability to take mistakes and experiences and turn those into lessons, but that they can then take that and empower others. So it's this idea that power is not a zero-sum game. It's not either I have power or you have power. I have power over you. It's really this idea that through power, a wizard through their own power then helps lend that power or spread that power or activate that power within other people, or teaches them to activate that power within themselves, right? Like, because it's not like it's through helping them develop their own agency. It's not like I'm gifting this to you. It's that I'm showing you how you can develop this within yourself. And I thought that was just amazing, because it is this idea of continual empowerment and like radiating that through a community rather than lording it over a community. So yes, I just wanted to share that. That really touched me.
I'm glad, well, and to talk on that too, because this is sort of a key aspect in how a wizard utilizes magic, and you can learn more about this specific form of magic in the Lifeways department, which is why we're in this room. The ability to inspire is to lend agency often, right? When we are leading, let's say the hero leading the charge, you're lending your power in those situations, and as a wizard you'll do this as well. But really what you're looking to do is to activate that power in other people, right? As a wizard you can create other wizards, which is good, and you should when you can, but I think often what you'll find is the opportunity to create heroes. And the heroism is a powerful thing, very powerful, because it not only helps the hero, but it helps every single person that they interact with as well. And that's impressive stuff. What does a hero look like in the world today? Tricky. Depends on where you are, depends on what community you serve. You have to define these things yourself. For me, one of the things that I found particularly heroic in my time, which is not even nearly done, is that I have two examples for you. The first comes to mind when I was a very young boy, and there was a terrorist attack in the United States. And there was a significant outcry. There was a significant pain in the world that was felt by the people of our country and by many others around the world. And I remember seeing the firefighters in the aftermath of that, and I thought, what a terribly shaking experience. And I was little, and I thought this. What a shaking experience. What a shaking thing. Not shaking as in one might consider, like, he was shook. But I mean that in my young brain, what I comprehended that to mean was that this would make me shake. And look at these people doing this thing. Impressive, heroic, inspiring. But equally, well, maybe not equally, but something else I found very heroic was years ago, I was working at a Subway, Eat Fresh, and we were at this particular one. I was the managing for the day at this store, and it was one in a Walmart. And this lady was being told off by her boss. It was just really having to go at it, and had threatened that if she didn't do what he said, he would fire her. And this other lady just got right in there and said, you can't do this. This isn't how it's done. I've recorded this and I'm reporting it and all this sort of thing. And I thought, that's very heroic too. And you can inspire this sort of goodness in other people to stand up for one another and to seek the betterment of those that they serve. Of course, heroes are ego monsters, so you got to feed that a little bit too. But all in all, I think it's a powerful skill to have, to be able to create or activate in another person the desire to do good in the world. I think that's good for the bones. Yes, good questions, good observations as well. Any other questions or interesting things you want to dive into? Mm. Very well said. And this is a very true observation in the nature of wizardry and how wizards often accumulate power around themselves. Rarely does a wizard have their power reside only in themselves. It's often that they have empowered other people around them and brought those people up, and then it is through those people that they exercise their agency and power and visions of the world. And that is a powerful thing. Many hands make light work, as it were. Quite good. I think also a potent lesson, a potent power of the wizard is something to touch on there about transforming experiences. This is an important one. It's something I talked about before, but I think it's worth saying again. There is, of course, a common wisdom of that when you experience troublesome events in your life or painful moments, that the best thing one can do is to set these things aside, to lay your burdens on the road. And I agree that in many cases, for many people, this is good. But this sagely bit of advice, it has served me exquisitely, and so I hope it will serve you. The difference between a rock and a stepping stone is how it's used. These burdens that we carry with us sometimes feel like rocks, painful and jagged and sharp and not particularly light on the load. But with a careful eye and a skillful hand, these stones can be deftly shaped. And they can be more than just the experience, but they can be a lesson for you, lesson for someone else. A painful event becomes an opportunity to empathize with someone else who goes through something similar. Through every experience of our life, we have the opportunity to grow and learn, and we do so as often as we can, because in doing so, we get to grow and expand our wisdom and then share these things with others, hopefully inspiring them to do the same. I think often in wizardry, we don't give people the answer, but we give them the problem. So here's the problem. It's a carefully constructed problem. If you get through this problem, why, you'll have the answer that you need. And it's important in many ways, as it allows the answer one comes to be genuinely their own. And the path of learning that thing is a part of knowing it as well. The path of going through the problem and solving it is often part of the solution. And so for many of us, as we go through life, we'll experience things, painful moments, loss, love, joys and dreams and despair and all the things in between. And each of these moments, every single one of them, is a vestige of power to you as a wizard. If you can take those moments and transform them, not leave them by the road, but carefully craft them into stepping stones. In the path ahead, there will be potholes that can be filled, or the paths of others might be aided, or in time, who knows, you and others may use them to build a bridge. Such is the way of wizardry, and such is the way of this wisdom which we collect and curate so carefully amongst our lives. And then, of course, I think it is the responsibility of any wizard to utilize the wisdom that we gain, not merely to hoard and keep, but to set it to task, to bring it into the world. As I said before, wisdom without power is impotence. It means nothing. So you've got to bring that wisdom out there and use it in some way. Do so wisely, but indeed do it. And this takes you to dreams. Now, some say, do you think there's a responsibility for a wizard to teach? Not necessarily. I don't think everyone necessarily needs to be a master if that's not where they want to be. At the same time, I think we all reach it eventually. I think that's probably part of the natural way of things, and that in the course of your journeymanship, even if you consider yourself a journeyman, others will in time consider you a master. Powerful things indeed, and certainly some potent observations to raise, and hopefully things that we keep in mind as we walk our own paths, regardless of what they may be, and the difficulties that we encounter, and the pains we might feel. Know that there is at least in some way that they will serve you and serve others, which is, I think, a kindness in magnitudes that can hardly go expressed.
Provost, if I may say, this ties into something you said either right before we began this conversation or right in the beginning. you were speaking about how wizards don't act from a place of fear, and I so resonate with that, because I feel like what you're saying, when you're speaking about how we carry these lessons, we carry these experiences and can turn them into stepping stones, and that through each experience we can gain a vestige of power that we can then apply and benefit others with. It's really that we should go about our wizarding wisely but fearlessly. That we should not be afraid to make mistakes if that means that we can then learn and use those mistakes to add to our wisdom as wizards, and thus our power, and then apply that as a stepping stone for others. And I find that really inspirational when we live in a culture that I think is very hesitant to allow for mistakes and the learning that inherently comes from that sense of making a mistake. That in fact, mistakes are not something that is truly horrible or world-ending. That they can be used for good. That in fact we can find power in them. So I love that.
Well, good. I think think about that. I think that in society, all societies, it's probably not best for a whole society to view mistakes as always good, because it could be a very tricky society in that way. But I do think you have to have wise people know the truth of things, a deeper understanding of the way of the world, because it's with that knowing that you as a wizard apply your skills. Is this the same path as everyone else walks? No, of course not. There are sorcerers and druids and priests and all sorts of other things, and wizards who are druids, and wizards who are priests, and all this sort of stuff. But I think that as wizards, when we look at these things, this is the lens that we can look through. It's sort of the first rule of wizardry, which I'm hesitant to spill because we're of course on the live stream, but I'll spill it anyway. We've all taken Wizardry 100. So the first rule of wizardry: a wizard takes responsibility and credit for their actions and deeds. So difficult for people. Sometimes difficult to take credit, sometimes difficult to take responsibility. And I've known people who very, very much struggle with both. There are people who struggle with taking credit because I think societally we sometimes discourage braggarts. And I don't think the first rule says to be a braggart or to go above and beyond to over promote oneself. It says to take credit for your deeds. So equally though, I find that some people have a terrible difficulty with taking responsibility. Sometimes they'll accept responsibility, although it's often the same people who find difficulty in taking that they also experience some difficulty in accepting. But taking responsibility is a bit of a different task than merely accepting it. Accepting is sort of a passive affair in this context, when what a wizard does, when is observed to do, is that when there is responsibility to be taken, it's taken. This is a very powerful thing, because not only does it transform your rock into a stepping stone, but it also prevents others from throwing that rock at you. You've already taken it. Of course, also, in taking it, there's a process to go through. First is, if you've done something wrong, if there's blame to be had, then take your share of whatever blame it is. No one likes a martyr. Don't go completely crazy with it, that it's all your fault or anything. Recognize where there's a problem and strive to be part of the solution to fix it. That's equally part of taking responsibility, is becoming an active part of the solution. Now, what does that mean? Goodness, if I could give you an answer, 42. There you go. The answer to all possible what does it mean. That's going to be different for every wizard in every situation, but I think it's a good understanding to have that when we look at these things, we look at them from this perspective. And so this is one way in which a wizard operates. And certainly I think a potent one that, when in tandem with the rest of the world, works well. Of course, if we had an entire society of wizards, my goodness, what a nightmare. But we don't. We're one piece of the machine, one part of the story. And I think that's beautiful in a way, because we, of course, as wizards recognize that everything is interconnected. And so it is both separate and not separate. I think that's Buddhism in there, some sort of Buddhism. I was learning about it recently on a YouTube channel I found. But in any case, I do think that it's a very fascinating thing to be a part of something larger, and it's not a religion or a group or anything like that. Not so defined as that. More so just to recognize that within sort of the way of humans, there are certain roles that are taken up within every group and every circle, and that we are walking a very specific and purposed path towards that role, which is the storyteller, or the wise one, or the medicine man, the healer, the knower, the wizard, the person who is wise. And each generation, what that will look like is going to be different. If you rock robes all the time, you're going to get a few quirked eyebrows. You know, so you be mindful about how it is you serve and where it is and all these sorts of things, but do so in accordance with that which you find to be right. I'd also say that. I'd say also continually question what it is you feel is right. Always challenge those things. Any belief you have, I feel you should challenge daily. But I think that's maybe a bit excessive for people. So I say check in with yourself regularly. If you believe something, why do you believe it? If you think something, why do you think it? These are knowledges that when you hold, so much of yourself becomes available to you to understand. Now, here's the trick in understanding yourself. Not only does understanding yourself avail you the opportunity to explore your motivations, to gain a more rooted and grounded understanding of what it is you really know versus what you don't, it also gives you a roadmap to better understanding others. Now, this is a bumpy road at the beginning of things. Depending on how empathetic you can be and how quickly you can learn, you will make mistakes on this. But the more you do it, the better you'll become, and why soon enough you'll be able to empathize to a much greater degree with much more people. I don't know how I was going to say that. Much more many people is what I wanted to say, but I really don't think that's right. So this is the way. When a wizard does this, when we understand ourselves, we gain an ability to better understand the world around us. We can empathize with others. And I encourage you to, as often as possible, think at things from as many perspectives as you can. From the perspective of, let's say, your parents versus your best friend versus your child / sibling / mentee versus someone that you passed this morning on your way to work. Just give it a go. And obviously, the less you know about a person, the less accurately you can predict their view. It's still a fun thought exercise. And the more you do this, the more you begin to look at your actions as widely as you can, the better you're going to be able to understand it, and be able to understand how other people are going to view, react, and engage with those choices as well. Now, how they do that, you can't ever guarantee someone else's actions. Of course, everyone's actions are always their own agency, of course, and all this. But even so, as a wizard, you can predict, and you can work with these things. And I think that in this knowledge, you should employ your power in the best way that you can to serve the people you've chosen to serve. And hopefully you've chosen to serve good people. And if not, well, take that lesson and use it well, wizard, because it will serve you justly. Any other questions?
I have one, but I know I've also asked many. So if other people have one they'd like to get in there, I don't want us to take too much of our space.
Sounds like a cricket to me. Go ahead.
This is it's talking about power and communication, and specifically from, I know that you, Provost, are a Winds Lodge member, or were. You're in Psyche now, right? Is that what the leaders are in?
The youth are in Psyche.
Okay. Well, you have that Winds background, correct?
Yeah, I do.
Excellent. So you can speak from that personal experience. It seems to me that something I inherently connect with the element of wind is communication, but also kind of joyous, humorous communication. And I would love to hear how you view the role of good humor what space that holds in wizardry and in communicating the power of wizardry and empowering others.
Well, I am, of course, the funniest man I know. But, and the most humble. Great statues to my humility out in the yard. I think I like to be funny. I like to think I'm funny. I think humor is very good for the soul, and I think people don't laugh enough. I think people don't laugh enough. I think there's a lot of opportunities to laugh at ourselves and the world, and if we miss out on those, it becomes a very dark place very quickly. Because there are a lot of reasons to not laugh, truth be told. There are many dark things, and unfortunately at some corner, at some level, there's some evil lurking. And these are bad things that if you focus on, it's easy to focus on. And equally, if you focus on only the good things, then that can make you blind as well. But I think that in wizardry, in my wizardry at least, in my practice of wizardry, let's say, I find humor to be a very powerful tool in connecting with people, as it allows everyone to be at ease. You know, if they're intimidated by position, then you can set them at ease because why, we're just all talking, it's all good, no worries. Or if they're intimidated by new experience, I say intimidated not to say that they're necessarily afraid of conflict or violence, but that the new experience sets them into a state of unease, right? So this could be because they don't maybe understand what magic is, or they think, you know, they aren't keen on the word wizard, or they think maybe it's a role play or whatever else. Humor is a nice bridge to these things. I also am quite the big fan of magic tricks, and I think magic tricks have a very similar focus. Low-level magic tricks. High-level illusion work is an art and a skill, which should be respected. But I think, you know, every now and then a card trick or a coin behind the ear, it's fun. It's fun, and connecting with people in a way that it's more real than politics or even religion for some people, or philosophy. It's funny, and they can laugh, and you can laugh, and then there is something in common. And why, off of that tiny little common thing, you can build anything. You can build anything. It's the foot in the door. And, you know, if they don't laugh, well, then you're out of luck. maybe you can't do. Maybe you got to shift strategies, and that's always allowed too. But that's what I think. Humor is a great bridge and a great entrance into things. I think that let other people take you seriously, and they should. As a wizard, you should be taken seriously by a great many people. Equally, if you take yourself too seriously, you come off as a bit of a snob. Nobody wants to hang out with a snob or talk to a snob or take their advice. It becomes very difficult to connect and to integrate and to be a part of things, because you have specifically set yourself apart from things. I used apart there, both spellings. I don't know if we caught that in the verbal form.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Trixie.
you see, and that's a little bit of this humor, you see, and now we're all laughing again, and we're all back on board and focused and brought back to the table. I think it's very powerful stuff. I do. I really do believe that humor is a powerful thing. Equally, where is it appropriate? Well, is it appropriate everywhere? It can be if you do it. If you are a master craftsman of such things, then I think you can find a way to work it into just about anywhere. If you time your thing. Timing is everything in comedy, of course. And so, you know, is it appropriate to make a fart joke when you know, grandma's lying on the bed there? No, that's not the time. This is not the place. Understand? Yeah. At the wake, yeah, good time, laughs, enjoy, have good goes. You know, there's all sorts of moments, I think, to do these things. Equally, sometimes it's helpful when you see someone who's hurting to give them something else to think about. You know, one of my favorite tactics, if you will, is if someone is experiencing something particularly painful that they are struggling with, there's doubt in them, that they are bound between things. You empathize with them, but on a ridiculous level. You know, for instance, you could say like, oh well, you know, I just lost my leg to frostbite, and be like, oh yeah, you know, I slammed my hand, I slept on my arm this morning and it was numb for a little bit. They're like, oh, What? What did you say? And you rolled that as being very funny. I think it's a great way to do things. It gives people an opportunity to laugh and to enjoy something else for a moment, and that's a powerful gift because it can then set them into a place that they can begin to organize themselves just ever so briefly, and then they can set about dealing with whatever it is they were doing before. But a brief reprieve is a great boon to anyone who works, deep in the wells of wisdom. Wisdom is continual contemplation of the consequences, which is a stressful endeavor to know or to think you know what is going to happen, and to attempt to rectify and work on, and then sometimes realize that you are completely powerless in a situation. Oh, stressful. And so, wherein that you can offer another that brief reprieve, do so. I think that's good form amongst those who walk the wizard's path. And you'll find opportunities to do so with your heroes, with your friends, with your loved ones, with everyone around you. And if you can, then do. If you can't, then don't. That's what I'd say. Or learn, or do it in private. Practice on your dog. But these are good things. I think that it's important that we exercise our agency in ways that help others as best we can. Yeah, that's what I'd say on that.
Well put.
Thank you so much, Provost, for sharing all of that. Sharing that, your voice and your words and the rhythm with which you speak and the puns are all very.
I happen to be the bee's knees. Some might even say the cat's pajamas, but I wouldn't make such a bold claim of myself.
I see. Dean Starhawk has joined us. Do you have any words of wit that you would care to add? You two are, or at one point in time, were of the Wind Lodge.
Airheads for life.
If the mic wants to work.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Have a decent start. No, I mean, I think Provost Kingsley kind of explained everything pretty well. The only thing I would just add is that the overall theme of power, just remember power, desire it too much, it has a tendency to corrupt. So you got to have a firm foundation in ethics, which is where Wizardry 100 comes into play, and then our ethics classes come into play well. So other than that, I don't really have any advice or wisdom that Provost Kingsley didn't already touch on.
I would build on Dean Starhawk's wisdom, for it is quite wise. I would say that power isn't necessarily corrosive in nature, but rather amplifies things which are there. And so, as he says, that solid foundation, that knowledge of self, without that, without knowing, that power can then magnify something that you may not want magnified, an aspect of yourself that now has the ability to create and change. So be mindful. Curate yourself well. And success of many kinds can be yours.
Excellent.
Would you be willing to share some of the earliest classes that we as apprentices here at GSW can take that would really help us facilitate developing that reflection into self, since it seems like that knowledge of self is really key to using the power of the wizard wisely?
Well, I recommend your required classes. Really, that's what the required classes will do. As you go through your entire studies, each one builds and refines this. So, for example, in Wizardry 200, one of the things that you're going to do, I think you've taken Wizardry, maybe not. But in Wizardry 200, one of the things you do is you take your journal and you pull an experience from it and you turn it into a lesson. And then we talk about why did you choose this lesson, and we examine those kinds of thoughts as we go through. And then in the retreat, you examine these thoughts kind of in isolation on your practice. I have to grab a quick drink of water here. Pardon me. The air was so dry. It's all frozen, you see. So that's what I'd say. As you go through your classes in this way, you will learn these things. One of the practices you can do outside of your class is something that I recommend doing, because everyone has a phone. And if you don't have a phone, then that's madness. Get a phone. So on your phone, there's a note app. And whilst I really strongly urge that you write these things, you can just take notes of the occasional little things that are happening in your life, thoughts that are coming around. And then at the end of the week, take that little notepad and expand upon it into why you were thinking those things, if you can remember. You build up these thought ways and these paths inside the brain that allow you to recognize these thoughts. We develop our neural net into neural highways, right? And so this is the way. Repetition is key. And, perfect practice makes perfect, but practice makes well. So I say practice until you're well, and then when you're really genuinely ready to go into deeper, start helping other people with theirs and learn from the mistakes of that. I'd also say take some Lifeways classes around level 3. I'll get some names after this because I don't know them off the top of my head. But there are some good Lifeways classes. And then also, running for prefect. Prefectship is an excellent way to develop these skills. Because, my goodness, are you forced to confront some things quickly. And sometimes, that's challenging. But I think equally, it is one of the finest experiences to generate a wizardly perspective without having consequences that reach outside the confines of school. So I think it's got a nice little safety net in that way.
Prefect definitely puts you, I have found, into some situations that happen very quickly. Very quickly.
Me and Starhawk there is the classes, if you guys want to check out my chat. Or some of the classes, I should say. But yes, no, and you've done an excellent job, Prefect. McEnroe of the Winds Lodge Wizard in the 3rd degree.
Thank you.
Quite good. Well, I'm proud. I think you do an exquisite job. I mean, you're a new father. You've got school and work and all other things, and then you've got this school and basically work, but you don't get paid. So it's good stuff. I think you're doing exquisitely. I think too that you are an exemplar of what it means to be a Winds, and many people can look to you in the journey that you're walking and the refinement that you're currently endeavoring to do and notice a path for themselves. Because you struggle with many things that many Winds do. And that's good. That's good because that makes you a good example for them. I think that's a really, really powerful thing to have for your lodge mates, is to look at something and go, I recognize some of myself there. And I would like to, I'd like to maybe learn from him. Maybe learn from some mistakes. Maybe he could teach me this and that. I think it's great. I think you're a very creative individual with such a passion for what you do. And your fear of power is admirable in some ways, but I'd recommend don't be fearful of power. Don't even be fearful of the you that you are with power. Just be the you that can be powerful well. And it's easier said than done, mayhaps. But I suspect that within you lies the capability to do so. And I think that your lodge is behind you, and certainly your school as well. So good form to you, and I for one, am certainly looking forward to our continued adventures into wizardry.
Definitely. Thank you all for coming here to just chat on this at this fantastic table that just keeps growing as a person sits down. This is a delightful round table that we have here. And goodness, so schedule-wise, we have a little bit of a break time here. Again, 10 to 15 minutes. We are supposed to be having a apprentice do a little story time at the end of the break. So I guess we can reconvene. Well, we still have. It's like, oh yeah, we're supposed to break. What is 12:15 to 12:30, then 12:45. Oh, so we've still got some time. Or wait, yeah, we got 6 minutes before 12:30. So if there's any last things any last things that anyone would care to address, or like
this is the last time I'll ever answer questions. So until the next time, but.
Would like to welcome Sayla, Prefect Sayla, for coming in. And
sorry I'm late. I'm glad to be here, though.
Thank you for coming.
Happy to be here.
And we have filled the table, so good form. That's good luck.
Oh, it maxes out?
Apparently. I didn't know it did, but we've hit it. So it's just perfect.
Right on.
Well, very good. Is there any other questions we'd like to ask before we end? Well, good form then. Well, thank you guys for listening to me today. Hopefully we walk away a little wiser than when we sat down, and maybe even a touch older as well. At least by 30 minutes or so.
Right. So let's just reconvene. Say around 12:45 up at the large sundial on the hill behind the Winds Lodge, and we should be able to have a little story time there.
Awesome.
Okay. All right.
Excellent. This was wonderful.
Stand
Thank
back.
you.
Oh my goodness. We're gonna see if the table glitches out. Let's see.
How do we stand up from this?
There should be a stand button.
trying to gather all necessary. So bear with me just for a moment. I'll be right to you. I want this to relate from what we're actually doing here and why this is really important.
As everyone frantically looks for their grip.
Okay, now I'm in the tool section. Alright, so I wanted to talk to you about constructions of tools, and my first tool that I constructed actually was from the grimoire from the Apprentice Wizard and working out of the Key of Solomon. So it influenced me to shift consciousness to be able to manipulate magic in a very proactive way. So me utilizing the tool section of the grimoire was a first step to me exploring ceremonial magic and kind of stepping out onto the path of wizardry. So that section from 103 to the beginning of the book once again to cycle back around. That was my very first page, was the 103. So I kind of wanted to talk to you a little bit about what actually is a wand, because we get all these ideas. We watch films and we have all of these ideas of what these tools are actually used for. So I'm going to give you some of my experience with it, and then we can kind of look at how it's structured in the book, and then we can kind of go back and forth. So a wand is a ritual tool that's made on its own. It's a figure that's perfectly started within the courses that we have here at the school. So usually there is protocols in all things. There's structure in all systems. How do we construct this? So there's planetary timing. There is specific types of wood that you can use. Sorry about that. Had a small delay in the. Okay. Just planetary timing. Sorry about that. I had a cut off there. Can you guys still hear me?
Roger.
Yes.
Okay. Wonderful. So how shall it be taken? So the making of a wand, can you buy them? Can you go get them out in nature? Are you supposed to cut them? Really, that's left to your interpretation, your tradition, and what feels that resonates with you. So usually if you purchase them, I've heard people discuss the idea of them being given as a gift, others being a particular size. If you look at the grimoire for the Apprentice Wizard, it actually gives instruction that it should be the length of the inner arm all the way to the tip of the first finger. But I've seen wands that have been 2-3 inches long. I've seen them as long as staffs. So there's a various expansion of how big they should be. So it's a connection of yourself. It is an extension of the self. So if we look at it in regards to the psychological and the energetic models, we're manipulating the energy with an external source to be able to affect the results of the physical, the spiritual, and the psychological. So it's an instrumental tool to manipulate those conditions, which comes through the breath and through the energetic exchange in the hands, as well as how we replicate those things on the altar. To be used as a guiding instrument, almost like a baton that you would see in orchestrating a band, or a director for music given instruction of where to start and where to flow and where to go. So it's that guiding force of having that ability to tap into the energy. So we have to be able to alter this, and how we do this is through ritual. So we use the energy, we use the forces that manipulate the change through this ritual to actually make that an instrument as such. So then it is used apart from an everyday stick. So now we put things on it, you know, we lay markings on them. We imply that it now has a special significance. So after preparations, following whatever protocol that you decide that you want to follow, whether it be from the Grimoire of the Apprentice Wizard, or come from your own personal path, or your specific lineage of how you work these tools. I'm not the one to make that decision. That is for you to decide. So I leave that very open. I have my own specific ways that I prefer to do them. But it's more, to me, the wand is a blasting rod. It causes disruption energetically. It's for spiritual shifting, shifting the essence of our being. So it's that guiding action, and then that's part of the intellect in regards that there is controversy of whether it's to be used for fire or for air. And me personally, I think it's used both, in regards to traditional as well as how you can actually look at these things. But we mark this imprint of energetic form of resonance. So we anchor the energy, and we use this as a spiritual weapon or a guided force of action. So your wand is made by channeling and focusing the personal energy, as well as the nature gained through metals, qualities of types of wood, how it's actually held, where it's placed in the palms or the hands. Those things can vary from tradition to tradition as well. I'll go through my slide here. And of course, you know, there's different ways to set up the ritual. Obviously, you would work from a moon cycle. If you look at a lot of manuscripts, they will instruct to do them on a Wednesday, when the moon is starting to wax, because that is influenced by the planet of Mercury. It also has affiliation with different days of the week, so that is a factor, and I'm going to give you a list of those correspondences, which can be found in the Grimoire for the Apprentice Wizard, of course. Let's see here. I'm having to kind of glide through my slide. I'm going to kind of shorten it for the extent that it was a 3-hour presentation I was supposed to give. So the different correspondences with the spheres of what you're actually trying to use this for. I've designated different tools to different archangels. I've dedicated to different Sithroth. So there are many tools that you can kind of add in there. So the times of operation, Sunday to Thursday, the time of day to midnight. So day correspondences from Sunday to Tuesday, Monday to Wednesday, Tuesday, you know, offensive, defensive practice, those kinds of things. Zodiacal associations, I'd be glad to send anybody that wants to actually look over what I was going to present in wholeness. I'd be glad to do so. So the different types of incense that can be burned during ritual, and I always correspond that back to astrological timing. But that is the premise of the construction of the wand. You know, gathering these things out of nature, cutting it with a single stroke on the break of day on Wednesday. You know, if we look at those kinds of things, it's very structured. But I've seen people purchase wands or go and get them from an online source. I know that I went into metaphysical shops and purchased wands for people, and they've used them and have had great results. So it's just a matter of your willingness to connect and how you actually operate. So a lot of this arises from you, the power that rises within you, which, you know, kind of stems back into the awakening of moving forward and using that wind energy. How do we manipulate that change? Well, for me, it was the wand. So I hope that this is helpful. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer any questions. Hopefully we could get a slide together here shortly, some point in the future, and I'll give another presentation on it.
Brilliant, Captain.
Well done.
That was wonderful.
awesome.
Amazing.
Well done.
I actually just did my wand for one of the wizardry, the magical tools course. I made a wand recently, and I had found through, I think it was through Etsy, I found a individual that was able to supply me with a bunch of elder wood.
Oh, very cool.
And I was just excited, like, you know, because I am, at least of the Harry Potter movie
Yeah.
collection, I love the elder wand, and I was like, really? There's some elder wood? Like, I gotta have me some of that.
Interesting. Yeah, I've made wands from trees that have not bore fruit, or actually cutting from looking at how it's actually turned and how it's voiced about how it's supposed to be cut traditionally. You know, cutting it from a fruit-bearing tree or specific types of associated woods, like looking at the purpose of, like, how does that energy actually flow or work out in nature, and then I correspond that back to my work and doing the ceremony to construct the wand. So, you know, like an apple, you know, cutting a tree, associating it with Venus, you know, when you look at, you know, more observant, not necessarily following specific idealizations of like any kind of worship, but like the energy that's flowing that we're observant to, right? If I look at it from that angle, that we're looking at it from a sense that it's energy that we're manipulating. So when we're impacting these kinds of things, I kind of focus it around those kinds of things. I've made different types of bonds. I have a staff that me and Oberon blessed probably about 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. Headmaster and I met one another at a local festival, and me and him did a ritual with my staff, and it was I think it was a 55-year-old laurel tree.
Wow.
So it's pretty old. But
And-
I've had. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Captain, when you cut the laurel wood from the tree, did you take the entire tree? Did you take just a branch of it? What
So,
did it look like?
It was what was remaining of the tree, and it had not been used for any purpose. It had been out in nature. Someone had it on the property and had no function for it, and it had this perfect twist in it. So, you know, I asked permission, and it was given as a gift. So everything was done on proper astrological timing, and, you know, I took a saw blade and cut through with consistent motion without making a break from it. You know, years ago when I made my first wand, I actually blessed cutting tools, and, you know, went like 9 days of purification, and like did cleansing baths and made offerings to the tree for a full moon cycle, and, you know, asked for specific types of energetic influences to impact the wand, and, you know, then I procured it, and I went through another full moon cycle of, you know, doing certain things to it, and then wrapping it in silk, and, you know, like doing specific markings associated with like what was in the manuscripts from the Key of Solomon, and then actually, you know, stowed it away until time of operation, and I still use it today.
That's some brilliant dedication of energy working with your tool. That's fantastic.
It's interesting how these tools get utilized throughout through the process of our lives. You know, I just constantly built and built and built from all of the things that have come into my path, as far as, you know, learning wizardry and you know, ritual construction, ceremonial magic, and tool building has always been a thing and will probably forever be a thing for me. And it's definitely impacted my spiritual growth as a wizard. So I've come into tools, I've gifted some of them away. Some I've made for friends and community members and those kinds of things, and slowly getting back to doing that more proactively as far as building things for other people, and then being able to figure out a way that they themselves feel empowered to go out into the world as wizards and learn how to use these things for themselves.
Heck yeah. Does anyone else have some thoughts they'd like to share with Captain Crow or ask of him on or about this topic?
I don't, but when I get ready to make my wand, Captain Richard, I may tag you and get some insight from you.
Absolutely. Anytime.
I think that's an excellent idea. I was just thinking the same thing.
Yeah, that intimidates me a little bit. I mean, I'm excited about it and the creative ideas, but I wouldn't even know where to start. So.
Well, there's so much information right in the grimoire. When we look at how many different ways to do things, I mean, it's pretty infinite. We kind of live in an age of information, so we find what best suits us, and we have to roll with that or come from where we come from and figure out how we apply that to make it useful.
Right.
Provost Kingsley, I have a question for you.
Yo.
So, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. So when you made this last wand, what kind of wood was it?
Hello? Can you say again?
Oh, the one that you gave out, that you made, which I can see.
Oh, yes. That is it's a hazel one, but it's been stained. So it's stained with a red oak, but it's a hazelwood.
Wonderful. Okay.
Yeah, hazelwood, good work for fey work, things like the energy manipulation, that kind of stuff. Although, I don't like energy, I like resonance more, but that's terms. So, but yes, no, it was quite a good one to work on. I had a good time making it.
Cool. Good.
Provost, did you get the hazelwood here in the States? Did you purchase it online? I don't know that I'm familiar with hazel being around much, and I may just be...
Hazel is a pretty popular fruit nut in Oregon, and this is a branch from my grandmother's farm. But the future ones I'm going to make are going to be ordered in because I don't have any hazelwood nut near me, and the branches have to be ridiculously straight to leave them, which is what I use. So they had to be kind of prepared specially. But yeah, no, from the States.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a cherry tree, an apple tree, and a holly tree. So.
Man, that's a lot of opportunity.
Oh yes, I am known to keep large amounts of my prunings, and at the times of year that you do them, go, okay, anybody needing a staff or a wand or to make themselves
Staff, maybe, I don't know.
Some people I know have taken large pieces and made an entire set. Have a goblet, to have a small bowl, to have a plate, to have staff, a wand, and runes all out of the same piece of wood.
Ooh, that's pretty...
You have... It's definitely... You see the focus of the different uses of the different woods that way. I've had people go, this just isn't doing what I want. Well, what are you trying to do with it? And if you're trying to do fey work with apple, you get a very different result than you do when you do it with holly. I had one person go, well, I just wanted to work with such and such energies, and wow, it just blew right up. And I'm, well, what wood did you use?
That's interesting.
Magnify.
I find it's often, at least with Fae, more about the practitioner than the tool. Um, Tool helps silver bells and the appropriate woods, but usually practitioner more than tool when it comes to that. There's a lot of psychological model in play when we talk about Fae, or at least the perception of Fae. So usually practitioner. Very interesting.
Well, this
Did you
much
want
is
to add
very
anything
used to
in,
projecting.
Captain Crow?
You know, I think that definitely the operator is the influencer. So you know, it's kind of like having a car and you're the driver behind the car. I think that it's influential. That a lot of times these things are constructed a specific way to imprint the idea, the energy, and then the condition. So if we look at it more on a scientific level, that it's kind of formulated that, you know, this is done not only because we feel like it, but it actually does something. So we go through a sense of construction through ourselves. So there's this alchemical component of its construction. So yes, the person is vital. You know, without it, it's just a stick. You know, if you don't, you know, do the consecrations, you don't do the steps, you don't, you know, you just pick up something and off the kitchen counter and, you know, give it a spin. Does that mean that you're going to have a result? Yeah, I'd say that it would have a result, but what tangible result, I would be very questionable. But I think that with any good practice or efforts given, you're going to see some kind of result. So if you look at it from not only something inside you, but something externally that you're impacting, because obviously if these things were not effective, then why would we use them at all in the first place? You know, so we have to truly consider this, because if it's useless to you, then why do it? Why not just find another mode of operation? You know, so if we look at it as something that's tangible, useful, and helpful in the practice to make the step forward, then great. But without it, it's kind of an empty purpose. Fill it with purpose, and then it has something that can last with you.
Well, very good. Is there any other questions for Captain Crow? He's a wealth of wisdom.
Yeah, Captain. I've actually planted some trees. They're silk floss trees, and I'm not sure what the Latin name is, but they're prevalent out here in Cali. They got like thorns. They grow thorns almost like a rose bush, and or like a.
Oh, they actually are what's called, in the traditions I come from, they're called siega. They're actually a sacred tree to some of your ATR traditions. I actually have one growing in my front yard. Are the leaves round or are they jagged?
They are. Let me go check. Right back. Just right up front.
And he never came back. Oh no. Quite the tree with those spikes.
Yeah, they're very sharp. And it takes a long time to heal from them if you get stuck by them. I'm a person of personal experience.
They are jaggedy leaves. Well,
Okay.
they're kind of like a beech shape, almost like a beech tree.
Yep.
And the spikes are starting to grow in pretty good. I mean, they're already 5 years old right now. So they're the biggest tree is like maybe 2 inches in diameter.
Okay, so it's a couple of years old.
That's what we have in our
Yeah, so it's bombast. That is one of the geniuses of Cieba. There's a couple different varieties, and you have a male if it has the spikes on it. Okay. So it's a male plant. But they're beautiful trees. They have that greenish, that almost like I don't know if yours is light or dark. I've seen them both. But I've seen some extraordinarily huge ones, especially down here in Florida. I've seen them so big that, you know, me and 3 people could wrap around that tree.
Yeah, but you don't want to because of those spikes.
The females you can, because they're soft, but yeah, the males actually have spikes on them, you know. So
And you can make wonderful pillows out of the cotton that comes from the tree, either any of the genuses.
yeah.
Okay, that's I had never thought of doing. That's a great idea for the silk that comes out of them.
And you can make anything from poppets to actual sleeping pillows. It's very soft and it's eco-friendly.
I was going to ask, do they hold essential oils?
Essential oil, actually, they're used in spiritual baths, and so for cleansing and purification. So that's another use of them. So they're broken up and used in spiritual baths. So that's another good wood. But there's lots of correspondences and things that we can find that kind of relate to how we're using our tools, right? So, you know, Joseph Peterson and Esoteric Archives has an extraordinary list of information as far as regards to wands, and, you know, the talk that it goes back to, you know, all thriving different types of cultures, and you can kind of look at where these things kind of stimulate from, and, you know, in today's world where we actually use this, it's all very interesting. It's very empowering, and it's deep. The more you explore, the deeper you go down the rabbit hole.
The knowledge rabbit holes. Yeah.
Yes. Never lose it.
Well, I had a great deal of fun today. Unfortunately, duty calls me away, but thank you for inviting me. Thank you for having me today, Captain. That was a lovely workshop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here with us.
Well, where are we? We're kind of in an interesting time here. So we could take another 10-minute break or so, and then Apprentice Merquaddle has offered to do a workshop for us as well. We could come back and have his listen to his talk, and then I have a short story to close us out with, and then Apprentice Skywalker is supposed to. I see him over there.
Hi, Skywalker.
Yes, he's gonna close us out with with his ocarina performance again this afternoon. Merquaddle, do you have a particular spot where you would like to meet?
Unless anyone's got any opposition, I don't. I think this is just as good.
Okay. So why don't we take like a 5-10 minute break or so, and when everyone's kind of back and you're ready, we can.
That'll work.
Okay.
Awesome.
Awesome. That works for me.
It's my.
In a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll be back in a little bit.
I'm going to take my leave now too. It was nice seeing you all.
Thank you for being
It was nice
here.
seeing you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
still
Astro?
here?
Where's the Astros?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Okay. And Skywalker, I guess, is
Okay.
and Malcor's here.
Sorry. Whoops. I got
Skywalker's
Wrong.
practicing up on his ocarina.
wrong button.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Groovy.
All right. Live when you are, Malcor. Okay. All right. So, piggybacking off what we were just saying with Captain Crow, one of the most powerful and today's theme is about power and communication, and I always looked at power and communication not as two separate archetypes, because an archetype is a person, place, or a thing. And this thing, communication is not a thing. Communication is a way to a thing. Communication is it's a medium of being able to make the unconscious conscious, and to make the subliminal real, and to take that which is not of the three-dimensional world and make it a part of the three-dimensional world through communication. And this conveying of thought, this conveying of archetypes, we go back to what Provost was saying about the power of why we do things, why we do the things we do. In lore, at level 1, you learn about what an archetype is. You learn about Jungian psychology and how these archetypes play in human development. Well, humans are very used to routine, and so the ways that humans learn growing up is also very similar to the way we learn things magically. And so the use of an archetype, like Captain Crow was saying, it could be a type of wood, it could be a feeling, it could be a deity or an energy, and we want to kind of be more in tune with that. That's what the tools do, and that is what we do. Like when we when we decorate our lodges. So when we decorate our lodges, the prefect of that term is trying to create a connection between the school, the lodge, and the apprenticeship. And the way that they do that is through communication, through archetypal communication. We place things in the lodge to try to create a rapport with the apprentice so that they will want to be there more, want to associate themselves more. When I was doing my MBA, I did my MBA on power in business. And power in business runs on 5 types of power. It was discussed today in Provost's talk about 3 of these types. The power of legitimacy, the power of your position, and then the power to reward, like we use merits, and then the power to correct, like we use demerits. Those are the 3 types of power given to a superior. Well, there's also 2 types of power that's given to the superior from the subordinate, and that is called referent power, that you want to refer to that person. You refer to that person as an expert, or you refer to that person as a master, and as an associative power. Like, we feel empowered when we're in the presence of Provost and Dean Starhawk and Headmaster, and as well as our own leadership. We feel empowered as apprentices, knowing that we are able to associate with those like-minded individuals. And so those are the 2 types of power that's given in order to have a power balance, you have to have all 5 types of power. So communication is the leveraging of your power to obtain balance in the relationship between subordinate and superior, or between apprentice, instructor, or apprentice and leader, and or even between two apprentices. This does not have to be a superior subordinate relationship. Just that was what the thesis was on, but it can actually be in a family relationship. It can be in a a marriage, that the person's legit, like my wife, her legitimate power is that she is my equal, is that she is the one that takes care of the house. If she isn't at the house, then it's not a home. And so that is a power that I have given her, because I want to associate with that. I want to refer to her as my home. But that's also a power that she has, because if she's angry with me, she'll go in her room, close the door, and won't associate with me. And so therein comes, now these are called power struggles. A power struggle is just a breakdown in communication. It doesn't mean that the relationship is over. It just means that there was a breakdown in communication. Someone's not seeing eye to eye, or certain needs are not being met. Now, in respect to what we do here, there's no secret as to why I love the virtual campus, because the virtual campus is nothing but archetypes manifest. And as a person, a student of lore, this is my playground. I love this place. Everything you see here is nothing but an archetype. It's a form of communication, and we try to communicate. And so when we decorate our lodges, we try to communicate that we try to communicate the needs of the school, the needs of the lodge, and the needs of the apprentice in one space. And we want that space to be inviting, we want the space to be empowering, and we want it to be nurturing. So, for example, I've had the greatest I guess gift to have been able to help decorate 3 lodges of the 4 lodges. And I've actually decorated the Flames Lodge and the Stones Lodge myself, and actually was able to consult Dean Skywalker on the creation of last term's Stones Lodge, or last term or term before. My terms are blending. The Winds Lodge. When the Winds Lodge had the Japanese theme, that Oriental theme, I was really impressed with what Skywalker was able to produce from that. And I basically, the only advice I gave him was read about the lodge, because you have a whole list of archetypes in the lodge. You've got Raven, you got Arinnerhod, you've got the herbs, you've got the swords, wands. Depends on your tradition. Where does the wand or the sword play? And so all of those things, the prefect then filters through themselves and as a projection of themselves and how they view their position and their responsibility to the lodge. That is what we see in the decoration. So when I decorate a lodge, I take a day and I research the lodge. I look it over. I look at all the correspondences. I look at the actual people that are in there. Specifically, I look at the bios of the leadership there, the instructors that are in that lodge. Like we have Instructor Ombra, we have Provost Kingsley, Dean Starhawk, Captain Crow. You know, we have some amazing winds people in this school. And it's and again, you want to bring that into the lodge when you're decorating in order to help that camaraderie. And when we and so yes, and Prefect Macrothaic, yes, absolutely, you've done an amazing job this term, so you have such to be proud of. I think everyone here, with maybe just a few exceptions, know that I have been in leadership. So so a lot of times what I'll do is when I become vice captain, or during my times as vice captain, I have been able to look at all the lodges, look at all their archetypes, look at all their totems and things. And so when one of the greatest gifts, I would say, and this, I was talking with Prefect Sela about this, one of the greatest gifts a leader can have is to have someone ask you for feedback. So it's why I bring up what Prefect Skywalker did, because that was one of the greatest things that could ever happen, was that he asked me to help him with his lodge. And honestly, I really didn't think I did a lot. I mean, I just helped him kind of open his mind to certain things, where certain things go, certain places, how, you know, because layering adds richness. And so by layering certain textures with certain colors and certain grains with certain, you know, certain shapes, then you're able to get another depth of richness. It's kind of, Mac, you were talking with Provost earlier about how rich he was able to make that poster. That's no different than, and he said you have the ability to do that. It's just that, again, he's on here all the time. He has the experience. And every time I go into any of the lodges that I decorate and I see his little tweaks, I am so grateful for them, because a lot of the times it's usually that one thing that just didn't want to go right, wouldn't scale right, and with his executive privilege, he was able to go in and say, boop, there you go, done. And it really pops once you know that that something fits, works, and it looks seamless. When we can create something for an apprentice that can look and feel like home in a virtual campus, then we've done our job. We've made the rapport. We've connected with that individual. Exactly. And that's the idea, because when a prefect is charged with decorating their lodge, you are communicating welcome home. And the way that we do that is through the archetypes. You know, what do we want to convey? So what archetypes are we trying to project into this space? And then we go to, because a wizard's only as good as their correspondences. So we go to our list of correspondences. We go to our lodge of correspondences. You know, like in our forums. Is what we do with the forums is a great place. I mean, a lot of people talk about wizardry and correspondences and archetypes about historical things. That is something that Provost has actively tried to get people to move away from. We don't live in the past, we learn from the past. And I totally embrace that, because a lot of the archetypes we have now are just as good as the archetypes back in the days of Plato and Socrates. We have the school, we have Second Life, we have these great people that are here today. Our leadership and our mentors, that these people, this association can be the new archetype. And I'm really excited that this is the direction that the school is wanting to go. So just know that when you walk into your lodge and you look at something and you say, wow, that's pretty neat, just know that that's the idea. This is your home. These are your archetypes. This is your wizardry. And thank you.
Well done.
Wow. Thank you.
Yeah, that was wonderful. That was an excellent presentation. That definitely puts a observe to what we're doing and how we're doing it and how that's impactful. So that's awesome. Thanks for sharing.
Indeed, they do wonderful.
Aw. Thank you.
Have we mentioned yet this moot that our very own prefect Selah has been nominated for the Wizard's Cap?
Wizard's cap. Oh yeah. I pity the prefect that comes. I pity the prefect that comes after her.
Congratulations.
I've been nominated, but I have not won, and it is not about me today. It's about the wins.
True.
Right.
This
But the truth is flowing. But the truth is flowing through the winds.
And it is the
clever.
communication.
Clever.
Let's see, what is it? Power and communication is our theme today. And as Provost had spoken, you know, when you're taking credit and responsibility.
Right, and I agree with that.
And honestly, your success for me is one of the personifications of all of the elements working together.
You know what's really funny about that, though? I constantly feel like I'm falling behind, or I need to do more, and that means
It just means you're a good leader.
I think it's just that my Capricorn nature is going more. But yeah, I mean, I am just constantly in awe of everybody around me, and I think the reason that I've been able to excel in certain areas is because of all of you. I don't know that I would be where I'm at if it weren't for you guys. That's true.
A big part of leadership is we all work together.
Yeah. Merc is the one that pushed me to start this in the first place, and then everybody's been Blue. You got me online. I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for you. So
For sure.
It's just everybody has just been so helpful and so supportive, and that is one of the things I love about being here, is that it's just a constant fluid. How can we help? What can we do? And I think that's amazing.
And the sharing of ideas.
Yeah,
That's
it's brilliant.
very much represented by right there. Is communication.
Mm-hmm.
About communication, and didn't communicate, we would not be the chosen family of like-minded individuals we are.
Mm.
Even when we butt heads, it takes time to accept other streams of thoughts.
Amen to that.
Well, that happens in any family.
It does.
Right.
It does. And this family is so good about remembering we're all here because we want to be, and us communicating with each other and sharing our knowledge is what empowers all of us.
Yeah,
For me, that
I
is
agree.
very much
No matter what
the
happens, no matter what we do, or how angry we get, when we step back and we ask ourselves one question, did that person do it for the good of Grayskull? And if you can say yes, then you have no argument.
Yep.
We all do things differently, but as long as we are achieving the same goal, we accept it.
And
Yep.
sometimes, as much as we might not like it, that, as Malcourt just said, sometimes this conversation needs to take place. Sometimes we're stagnating. We're very happy in how we're doing things, and it's working, things are being accomplished. However, this new idea would make that be more.
Yeah.
But sometimes you have to be pried out of your little stream bed.
You have to
Maybe have a
you
twister
have to let go.
Go,
You have to let go.
Look over here. Yay!
Yay!
Right.
Right.
Becomes a team instead of a group of individuals moving in the same general direction. Yeah, we humans do tend to be emotional about some of the strangest things.
Right.
Well, I think we just all get into our safety or comfort areas, and we like the things we like a certain way.
And it's those challenges that help me grow. Honestly.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I've
think
noticed, personally, and as a wizard, and as a apprentice leadership, it's just awesome, these interactions together.
I agree.
And on that beautiful note, I have to step away. Gotta go take care of some real life stuff that can't wait.
Okay.
I will come back to the recording to hear the ocarina, because for me, it's not ocarina. It's not an end of a moot without ocarina.
Right.
So,
well, it's coming up.
Who
So
am I gonna choose? Who am I gonna choose? Merquaddle, my dear, dear stone apprentice. I hereby designate you as the last act of moot initiator.
All right. Fair.
I won't be here to do it.
Yes, so I've
Max.
I've got like
I watched the video.
Gonna be like 5 minutes, and then we're gonna be. I might be able to stretch the story out a little bit longer than that, but.
So everyone, be safe. Well done.
You too.
Excellent.
Thank you so much for your gift of the kites to the celebration. That was
Yes.
fantastic.
Oh, you're very
So
welcome.
excited to see those.
Bottle, if once everybody gets one, if you could just pick those up for me, I would would really appreciate it.
Yeah.
You still have permissions for anything I've created.
Yep.
Farewell. Enjoy.
Well, everybody, thank you so much for coming. This has been a fantastic experience for me. Helping a lodge put something like this together, acting as a prefect for a lodge. Only in my wildest dreams would I ever have been able to make it into a wizarding school where I could be prefect for a term of the lodge. And, you know, there is actually a wizarding school that you can be prefect for a lodge at, and this is it. So I have found a Iroquois story of how the Four Winds were named, and these names are not anything that are on the existing Winds page. The story is it's a short story, and I truly appreciate the creation stories and First Nations stories and just short stories, long stories, any sort of story always touches my heart. So here, how the Four Winds were named. This is a Native American story of how the Four Winds were named through the Red Indian Fairy book by Francis Jenkins Olcott. It's an Iroquois story, and the story of how the Four Winds were named. When the world was first made, says the old Iroquois grandmother, Gawa, and I may be mispronouncing this, so I am sorry. The mighty master of the winds dwelt in his lodge in the western sky. So fierce was he and so strong that had he wandered freely through the heavens, he would have torn the world in pieces. So he stayed in the western sky, and blowing a loud blast, summoned the creatures of earth to ask them for help. And when his call had ceased and its thundering echoes had died away, Gao opened the north door of his lodge wide across the sky. Immediately the thick snow fell, and a fierce wind tore around the lodge, and lo, there came lumbering up the sky Yaoga, the bulky bear, battling with the storm and growling loudly. The bear took his place at Gao's north door. "O bear, you are strong," said Gao. "You can freeze the waters with your cold breath. In your broad arms you can carry the mad tempest and clasp the whole earth when I bid you destroy. Therefore you shall live in the north and watch my herd of winter winds when I let them loose upon the earth. You shall be the north wind. Enter your house." And straightway the bear bent his head, and Gao bound him with a leash and placed him in the northern sky. Then Gao trumpeted a shrill blast and threw open the west door of his lodge, summoning the creatures. Clouds began to cover the sky. An ugly darkness filled the world. Strange voices shrieked and snarled around the lodge, and with a noise like great claws tearing the heavens, Dadoji, the panther, sprang to Gao's west door. "O panther, you are ugly and fierce," said Gao. "You can tear down the forests. You can carry the whirlwind on your strong back. You can toss the waves of the sea high into the air and snarl at the tempests if they stray from my door. You shall be the west wind. Enter your house." And straightway the panther bent his head, and Gao bound him with a leash and placed him in the western sky. Then Gao sent forth a singing call and threw open the east door of his lodge, summoning the creatures. There arose a sobbing and a moaning. The sky shivered in the cold rain. The earth lay in gray mist. There came a crackling sound like the noise of great horns crashing through the forest trees. And Oandon, the mighty moose, stood stamping his hoofs, at Gau's east door. "O Moose," said Gau, "your breath blows the gray mist and sends down the cold rain upon the earth. Your horns spread wide and can push back the trees of the forest to widen the paths for my storms. With your swift hoofs you can race with the winds. You shall be the east wind. Enter your house." And straightway the moose bent his head, and Gau bound him with a leash and placed him in the eastern sky. Yet Gau was not content, for there remained still one door to open. He threw it wide to the south, and in gentle tones like sweetest music summoned the creatures. A caressing breeze stole through the lodge, and with it came the fragrance of 1,000 sweet flowers, the soft call of babbling brooks, and the voices of birds telling the secrets of summer. And daintily lifting her feet ran Neoga, the brown-eyed fawn, and stood timidly waiting at Gau's south door. "O gentle fawn," said Gau, "you walk with the summer sun and know the most beautiful paths. You are kind like the sunbeam and feed on dew and fragrance. You will rule my flock of summer breezes in peace and joy. You shall be the south wind. Enter your house." And straightway the fawn bent her head, and Gau bound her with a leash and placed her in the southern sky. And now when the north wind blows strong, the old Iroquois grandmother says the bear is prowling in the sky. And if the west wind snarls around the tent door, she says the panther is whining. When the east wind chills the tent with mist and rain, she says the moose is spreading his breath. But when the south wind caresses her cheek and wafts soft voices and sweet odors through the tent, she smilingly says the fawn is going home to her mother, the doe. And this is the story of how the four winds were named. And that, my friends, apprentices, magisters, that is the end.
That was lovely.
That is so awesome.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thoroughly enjoyed that.
I say we go hear
Oh,
Skywalker's
yeah, you
presentation
know what
for
time
us.
it is.
His ocarina.
Ocarina.
And thank
Well,
you for listening to the
Mac-
story.
I want to say, while everybody is still standing here, you did an amazing job.
Why, thank you.
That was amazing.
Thank you, Sayla.
Yeah, you've done such an excellent job both with this presentation and with this entire mood.
Yeah,
Agreed.
Really
proud of yourself.
fantastic.
Yeah, you should.
Definitely some help from you guys. Merquaddle, thank you so much setting up this morning and offering a talk today. And Prefect
Is what it
Malcor,
is.
thank you for running the live feed, and Prefect Sayla over the last few meetings, helping with all of information and your experience.
You did a great job. You knocked it out of the park.
Fantastic.
I'm following.
Delightful to hear.
I also don't know what your I may have missed what your main orientation is. Your major. It took me a second to remember the word. But you're a fantastic storyteller. So I don't know if you want to go into like lore or performance magic, but it was wonderful.
I do, and I've already maxed out the amount of. Actually, when I declared my majors, I declared like 4 majors and 6 minors, and Dean at Servio said that's way too many. you can't do it one at a time. So I'm redeclaring at some point in time in the Lifeways department to complete this first run through. Maybe something else down the road.
Wonderful. The world needs more pink wizards.
I know, right? There's no pink wizards.
Are there none?
I've not met any here yet.
I don't know if I've ever met any either. I know that I was talking with Provost Kingsley about the Lifeways department because and he is not a Lifeways wizard, but there was just I don't know if there was anybody else to chat with about it.
So this is what I'm working towards. Is I do think, as you have said, that there do need to be more pink wizards, and in an effort to abstain from my ego filling itself with power from the alchemical department or the black wizardry department or the other departments, I am pursuing Lifeways to be more of service to others.
That's an awesome goal.
Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It would be really interesting to see some people. I would love to, at some point, get people to either post in the forum or chat about, like, if they perceived each department to be like a part of the body of Grey School. Like, if we visualized Grey School as a body, like, what each department would be. Like, what would lore be? What would mathemagics be? What would Lifeways be? So I think that would be a really fun activity.
You should post that, Astra. That would be a fantastic forum post.
I may be inspired to do so now that you have said that.
That would be very cool. Oh, I agree. Malcor sounds like a prefect challenge.
It's a great challenge, isn't it?
That should actually, you know what? I think that should come from the vice captain or the captain so that all the lodges can participate and share that back and forth. I think that would be cool.
I just would love to hear what everyone thinks, and I think it would be a fantastic way for the apprentices to kind of read up on and familiarize themselves with the different departments and like what their focuses are and what kinds of classes are contained therein. And really, I don't think there's any wrong answer. I just think that as people say, well, I think this would be this, they could say because of these experiences or because of these classes offered or these focuses. And I think that's excellent.
I agree.
Well, with all of that, Skywalker, are you...
That's true, too. Could also do that.
Skywalker, hit with that beautiful ocarina. It is always such a joy.
Yep, we are all yours.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
We can.
Yes.
Alright, that's good. And we're still live streaming, right? Alright, that's good. Alright, so salutations, everyone.
Salutations.
First of all, Prefect Mac, you did an amazing job hosting this event.
Thank you. Thank you.
And to those of you who don't know, I play this instrument called an ocarina. To those of you Zelda fans, should know what I'm referring to. And it is pretty much a tradition that I play a few songs for every moot. So, I have 3 songs prepared for you today, this evening, tonight, depending on where you are in the world. And I guess let's get started. So, this first song, how many of you have heard of the Netflix series called Arcane League of Legends?
Yes.
I haven't watched the series, but I'm very familiar with the game.
The series is amazing.
Yeah, it's so good. I highly recommend it. So, here's the opening to that series. Are you ready?
Yes,
Totally
sir.
ready.
And there you have it.
Well done.
Awesome.
Thank you. Honestly, I had no sheet music for that, and I had to play it pretty much by ear.
That's awesome.
Super impressive though, and totally valid. You know, I literally know somebody who got a degree, a master's in music, and they taught themselves to play the piano by ear. So by ear is okay.
Awesome. All right, moving on. A song that most of you should be familiar with by now. See if you can guess it. Hint, it's from Zelda.
Is it going to be the Earth God's lyric?
And Astra gets it right.
Yay! With a bark of confirmation.
Go figure.
The dogs do too.
Awesome.
Oh, you can hear the dog in the background. Huh? Here, let me...
I can name that song in no
Like
notes.
a single bark right after I guessed. And I was like, yes, the dog says yes.
Nice. Anyway, yes, this is the Earth God's lyric from The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. And there you go.
Beautiful. I love it.
Bravo.
Skywalker, now I totally have a question. Now, are you either going to come to the summer conclave in person, or will you be able to like zoom in so that we can also have your musical stylings there?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That is a very good question. I'm going to try to make it to the physical conclave, but we'll see what I can do.
Yeah, I
Yes, Valcor,
I just immediately a mixtape would be fantastic, but I just immediately had this image of you and all the other apprentices like around a big campfire with you playing your ocarina for us, and I think it would be so beautiful. And if you cannot be there, that's totally understandable. But if we could somehow have your music present with us, you would be there in our hearts.
That's an interesting idea. I'll look into it.
Do it.
Thank you, Skywalker.
Anytime. Anyway, this third and final song I will be playing for you today. Most of you are familiar with the Cartoon Network series of Steven Universe, correct?
Yes, and I love it.
Well, here's the opening for that. This is We Are the Crystal Gems. There you go.
Well
Well
done. I
done.
totally just song in my head for that. Just want you to know. It was amazing.
Nice.
Thank you.
All right. Wow, everyone, thank you so much for today. This was awesome. Mac, thank you for hosting. I am going to take off.
Yeah, right. We're supposed to.
Oh, yeah, we got to jump the pier.
It's getting dark out. Let's.
That is also a tradition.
You got to jump the pier.
Would someone care to lead us on
Yeah.
out?
Fingers, clickers, we are.
I think that might be you, Mac. You're the one
Yep.
who put this together, right?
So we just jump off the end of the pier, over the boat, into the water, and we're gone, right?
Yeah.
That's
Pretty
it.
much,
Turn
yeah.
out and go.
All right, guys.
Don't
Thank
worry
you.
about grief.
Awesome.